I am still on the gaming category. Just realized that. Oh, fuck. All right. Let's see. Just trying to get everything set up. Good morning, everyone. I am just preparing my morning stream. What is happening here? I am still getting used to streaming or the dual streaming again with YouTube, and I realized I'm under the gaming category, and I'm not sure what category I should be falling under for live streaming on YouTube because I haven't really explored categories in there. If anyone has suggestions, that would be great. But anyways, I'll be back in about 30 minutes. I'm gonna do my usual pre-stream and get stuff ready, and I will catch you all in a little bit. Wait, I was muted. Good morning, everyone, or good evening, depending on where you are. And I didn't get to open my app yet, so I'm gonna jump on and get started. So on the side, I'm actually trying to play these random games, like these idle games and everything for money. Like those apps where they pay you to kind of play their game and stuff. Any recommendations on which ones pay out better? If anybody is on here, because I'm just trying to add some additional stuff to throw in a little bit of $20, $40 here and there, and just kind of idle games, slot machines, and everything. But the problem is, like, once you play it on one, you can't play it on the other, and some pay better than the others depending on what your goals are. So. Hi, Charmavis. Yeah, pigs. Ice Cubase not open. Oh, wait. We finished Cross Keep. We were working on Destination. Not sure why. Oh, I remember why. I ran out of space on my computer because I haven't actually moved all the stream recordings out of the way. So I did that yesterday, or no, I did that on Friday. That was miserable. There was I don't know how many gigs that was, but I need to kind of clean that up. That was 500 gigs worth of video. It's because what happens is OBS it records it automatically in MKV, and then I have to convert it, or it remuxes it to MP4 right after. So it makes two copies, and they're about the same size each. So technically, that's only 250 gigs, and I can get rid of the MKV as soon as I confirm that the MP4s are working. I haven't been able to do that yet. Oh, how is everybody doing? Yeah, I'm sniffling. I'm sniffling. Um, Somebody messaged me on Discord and asking me, "Am I sniffling?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm sniffling." Uh I don't know. I feel like I'm talking a bit more nasal than usual. Let's see now. All right. So I am going to continue on this track from Red Rebellion. It is the map. I should open up the game as well. I I realize I can't. I didn't save at the map. That's oops. I wonder if I could save at that map because it says skipping. I left it on skipping. Didn't leave me in my option. What? Do 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 do. You know what? I'm gonna blow my nose. Give me one moment. I'm gonna mute. I do not want that going on my recording. Then again, there's always that ASMR stuff. Nose blowing ASMR. That would be quite weird, but interesting. It's still snuffling, but okay. Feels better at least. Let's see. Currently loaded, working on Red Rebellion. Nope. I'm not gonna capture the game audio. I'm that. Oh look, I have a save on map. Cool. I'm a map. It's coming in loud on my end, and it's not even coming through Cubase. Sorry about that. It makes me have to set it every time it opens. Like it comes up, even though it says last time my last output from Cubase is the same song. It's telling me that it opens up twice, saying here this song again. It's like, oh, I have to select the newer version of it. Let me drop my levels. There we go. I wonder if I just open up with a harp, just to hear it. Nah, I prefer the strings only because it sounds too big. And it sounds a little too sad. I guess I could leave it for different scenarios. Maybe I'll make it more of a really far distant background. Let me hear that a little louder too. Okay, now I remember what was my issue here. Okay. Um where is that? That sniffle does not help. You're gonna get me snuffling throughout the stream? That sounds terrible. I don't know what the heck I'm supposed to do about it. I have some nasal sprays for that, but hmm. Wait. Why does it do 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 do? Oh yeah, it is two different notes. Okay. Hmm. I got rid of the highs because that goes here. Moved you down. These. Move these down. Wait, no. What did I move down? Interesting. Moved this down. I didn't. Did move this. All right. Yeah. Correct. I'm removing them. Eyes. Let me change the pattern up a little. Up, up. These are too many strings here. Would have been down here, guessing. Let's move you. I don't know if I want to keep. Let's try it. Move all of you. Yeah, let's do that. Oh. Cut off the top. It's also the the strength of them. Leave. Gonna loop back. This hasn't been okay. Do down up over here. And these are gonna be zoom in on this. Oh, wait, what am I doing here? Wow. This this should be up and down. Try that. Too early. Comes down too early. This is going too fast for that. Close. This comes down too much. Rises too far. I do want it to come down. I don't want it. Da, da, okay. No, I'm gonna make it rise up longer. Less rise. A little bit longer. That was better. Alright, so the song opens like this. Let's see. Whoops. I need to pull off the harp. Boards there. I don't want it to do that. I'm just trying to hear what notes I want to be. Uh, Maybe not in the intro. Also too prominent. that sprinkle. Little sprinkle. Now let's remove all of this and keep it quiet until I figure that one out. I like that subtle thing in the beginning. Ever so subtle. Let's try that. whoa. The hell was that? What's it playing? Why is it playing that? Am I not on this? Oh, I'm not. Whew. Delete selected tracks. I don't want that to be playing at all. Two tracks. I realized that I'm gonna. I don't want to go boom, boom, boom. That's more like a war tone. So I'm trying to add a bit of percussion as a sense of progression instead of just melodic. Because again, it's supposed to be neutral, but it's supposed to be traveling. Um, and as it stands right now, it's rather. I like it. It's relaxed, but it just I don't know. It's lacking something. Um, hmm. Hmm. What to do? So my thoughts are, I do want a percussion to kind of feel like you're trudging along. Maybe put the reverb down. I got it. I got it. I got it. Let's do steady pacing. Uh, 16th. 16th. Got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. Bup, 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 bup. Argon Janeth. Hello there. Just got home after work and shopping. Welcome home. Yeah, no, just trying to figure out how to finish off this song, add a little bit of something because it's a traveling song. So, uh, and you're sitting on the porcelain throne, and one of my cats is screaming at me, demanding attention and scratches. Oh man. Axio, thank you for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. Really much appreciated. I think. And good morning to you too. I had a question earlier. Oh, I'm trying to remember what it was. Yeah, and also I have kids, so for some reason the kids like to just sit there and stare at like as babies they used to like can I go with you? They don't want they had separation anxiety with my wife, and they're like can I just they would just stare and ask for attention, and they're like can't you just go in peace? They never bothered me, but I don't know my poor wife. So I can imagine with cats just that scratching you and you're trying to go like ow can't. I don't like it. I think I need to change the pad right here. Ah, so even at the person throne, no. Ah. I don't like it. That can be so lovely. Absolutely. That it's a funny thing. It's like you're trying to take a break from stuff sometimes, but love love is attention, and sometimes when you're just needing space and that you would love the space, you end up having the other love, which is the lack of space. But I guess it's better than some other cats. They're like totally leave me alone. They sit at the window, so like, oh hi, and you want to bring the cat out, walk over to the cat, and they're like, yeah, go away. And it's like okay, jeez. I know some people who have cats that just hiss at them every time they come near, and they're like, okay, jeez. You have 10 of those little goblins. Oh my goodness. I got an idea. Need to add reverb back so it sounds even more in the distance as well. Probably just get rid of that other note. I like that section at the end. Go away, ads. Ad break, 3 seconds. All right, that should be it for the ad break. I don't like this repeating pattern. I like this area at the end that I have going on here. Let's try that. Switch from phone to desktop halfway through ads, and it decided to reset the 3-minute timer on me. Oh, jeez. Yeah, wow, that. And usually, if you just catch it within the ad time, it adds 3 minutes. It just smacks you with 3 minutes. It doesn't even it's not even just an ongoing 3-minute timer, where you come in halfway or something. It just their algorithm just does that. So then you got dragged in. But like if there's 30 seconds left in ads, but you topped in during the 30 seconds, you get the whole 3 minutes. It's like, oh, geez. I'm not sure I'm happy with how this percussion is going, but it is the native percussion to the medieval times, the bumbak. Boomback. Once I add the percussion, I think I'm done with the song. Keep it subtle, and then I'll do variations. Let's do that. Do it that way. Yep, gotta milk that ad revenue for Twitch. I wonder how, like, what cut? I know they say they're giving a generous cut, because I guess when an ad runs, it has to hit a certain million number of people. So every person that watches is a percentage or a portion of that cut. But it just feels. I was thinking about the whole streaming system, especially with music, and how Spotify they can afford to give millions to the rich and the more popular musicians, but I feel like if they skewed the model and said the more like there's like a diminishing returns as you get more people listening, help out the newbie streamers, that would be great, and to also discourage people from over streaming and the diminishing returns and everything. And then there's like a cutoff. There should be a cutoff to how much money one person generates for an artist. Because, for example, when you buy a CD, that's it. You bought their CD and that is it. And I get it. Streaming is kind of more like radio. At the same time, you did pay for it, so it's kind of this weird in middle ground. But companies like Spotify, they instead of actually, because they what do you call it? I've been flagged as a fraudulent streamer at one point, where somebody really liked my music and they just kept playing it, and then I was like, I don't know anybody in that area and I don't know who's streaming. Can you tell me who? And I can tell you that I was not fraudulently streaming, and hey, can you tone it down a bit? But they banned me for a little bit. My publisher fixed it, but the damage is already done. People thought my music was removed, and they took me off their playlist, and that was sad. And I went from like a 2,000, 3,000 monthly listeners down to like 8, and then I've never re-promoted my music again, because I figure I was busy at the time, and I was just having the baby and everything, and then just 2 months before they kicked me off. I didn't have the time to promote and tell everyone, hey, add me back onto your playlists, and that was it. I was gone. And it's sad that they would go after people for fraudulent streaming for 1 or 2 people probably listening, because in all honesty, if people were stealing millions, I totally get it. That's what happened with their situation with I forgot where it was, Sweden or something. But there is this streaming farm, and they had millions of people or millions of phones streaming these 30-second songs to trick the algorithm. Like 31 seconds. Each song was 31 seconds, which counts as a playthrough. And they had this thing where they made millions off of them, and then now they have to recover that. They banned them, obviously, but why would they go after the one or two people who are making like $50 to $100 to maybe even $500? The fact that they would kick those people off, and call them fraudulent streamers on a small scale, it seems kind of off. Like, don't you want those people to kind of build up? But I guess you want to cut them off before they get any bigger. But I like, it's not like the millions that got stolen from, I think it's Sweden, but I'm not really sure anymore. It's like maybe Norway, Sweden, one of those areas up there in the Europe. But they just milked Spotify for everything it was worth on that one. And like, the algorithm cannot just pick off people who had one person who likes to listen to their music overnight. You know, especially it goes with the genre. Like, if you have a 31-second song, that has to be fishy, no? Like, but if they're playing entire songs 3 minutes, 4 minutes in length, and it happens to be like a peaceful track, like I make a lot of piano pieces. I like falling asleep to something like that, but they said you shouldn't have music playing overnight. Kind of messed up. It's so sad that Spotify used to be the common artist's big break, but now they're just more like the old guard of conventional music industry. They're worse than the old guard, man. They are actually absolutely the worst, because you put all your time and effort and putting everything up there. The old guard at least used to check out your music and do the whole A&R thing and like research and check out and pick out artists that they might want to have in their representation. Spotify doesn't even look at you. They take an AI and say, I don't care about your music. All it is if you hit my algorithm, I'm going to kick you out or whatever. It's not even human anymore. So, what else am I supposed to do about that? So, and it's funny because they have their computer system constantly even kicking out people with, who are super popular with over like 200,000 listeners, and they still manage to kick them out, saying, here's a person with a set of fraudulent streamers, and there's like, hey, 200,000 followers, and there's a few in there. Fine, but like, let's put it this way: if Taylor Swift had 1 million people, or I don't know how many freaking people she has listening to her, I haven't looked it up, but like, say Taylor Swift, all the pop stars. I'm saying because Taylor's so damn and always in the news. But if she had one person who played her music 24/7, they still wouldn't kick her off. They know it. They would. That would be. Then people would just get annoyed. So their paying base is what is supposed to be what matters. And they will kick off people like us because, in a sense, they think we're a lot more replaceable. We're too small anyways. Let's cut them out before they seem like they're going to be anything else. And that screws with anything in terms of algorithm, especially if. And my music's officially for soundtracks. Like, they are part of official soundtracks. I was like, how am I supposed to do anything about somebody who happened to listen to my music through a game, and then they like it enough that they add it to a playlist to, I don't know, like a lullaby for their kids? Because I do have my music playing, and I keep for my kids as well. But I make sure not to use it on Spotify because I don't want to. I don't want to flag it as fraudulent streaming. But I'll play it over and over again for the kids overnight. So I'll have it as MP3s and my WAV files rather, and put it in my own local player. And I'm not trying to milk it. Yet somebody else enjoyed it, and Spotify decided to kick me off. And it was such a mess. It was, and I had to post on socials saying, "Hey, look, Spotify did this to me. They kicked me off." Please do not overplay it. I'm gonna get back on. And then I sent them screenshots saying, look, I even posted on my socials. I don't know what else, what more I can do for you to say that, look, I am not a, I'm not inflating my streams. So, and and to top it off, even Amazon's a lot more forgiving. Like, say on Twitch, you have you and say, I don't know, say a kid decided to do their streams. You have yourself, and then maybe your parents or a family friend or an aunt that decides to turn on their stream and watch you. They're not going to call it that fraudulent, you know. So that's kind of messed up. I've never used Spotify in my life, so I got that going for me. It's so, and I wish nobody. And the thing is, what's funny is Spotify pays more than YouTube unless you end up with 1,000 subscriptions. Twitch, on the other hand, will pay the absolute. I wouldn't say it's the worst. It's the best for anybody starting up because of how much you can earn in so little time as a startup. But you have to make it from live. You can't make it from replays or people just listening to the music, and that's where things get a little bit crazy. YouTube, you have to have millions of streams before you can make a little bit of something, and on Spotify, I think it's something like 1,000. Every 1,000 streams is like $5, or not even $4. So at least it's tough. But Spotify is like a million before you earn like maybe $3,000 or so. It's tough. It's really tough out there, and these guys are making money off of everybody else's content. They're not even creating it. They provided the platform and said, "Hey, you know, I'll make money off of you. We gave you the place to make it happen, and then we'll just make the money off of you." That's kind of messed up. It is what it is. And I remember this one time Taylor Swift was in the industry because I since I'm in the music industry. Taylor Swift went after Spotify, saying, "I don't want any of my music on Spotify because you know you're a thief." And I was sitting there like, Taylor Swift probably has enough money to start their own Spotify. Why couldn't they fix? Like, not one artist or group of artists got together and said, "Let's make a better Spotify." Instead, everybody says, "I'm gonna make their own." They could have went to Jay-Z and said, "Here's, I see you in Tidal and everything. Let's group up together and make something better together." Or go to somebody else who would just touch it better, because the money is not there. Like, so sometimes I catch a YouTube video from Top Music Attorney and feel like the fight is such an uphill battle with Spotify for you music artists, and then you have outfits like Suno. Oh my goodness. I'm not bashing on my friend by any means. He's not the he's a pretty good artist, but he felt so hopeless and helpless at one point about improving his music with the limited time that he has. That he turned to Suno and started creating music, and it's like, look at this, I can make all of this stuff in like no time. And he kept sending it to me like, what do you think of this track? I was like, it's AI. I can't. It sounds okay, like, because he says how much effort he put into writing the lyrics and everything, and adjusting it, or having the AI start with the lyrics and he changes it to be better. And then he sends it over to me, and I was like, and then he tells me, "Oh, I can make like a song per day." And I'm sitting there like, dude, I make a song or two per day, but I grind out at it. That I was feeling kind of bad about it. Like, here you are using the AI to do it, and I totally get people who wish they could be artists and not being able to pull it off. But it took time and effort and everything, and jeez. They were sending it to me, asking me what do I think of it. I was like, I want to tell them I hate it, but at the same time, it's not that I hate the song. It's I hate that I can't appreciate the lack of effort or the I wouldn't say lack of effort. And I'm sorry for people who aren't. It's that like I'm not like even I don't feel like I'm a great artist by any means. I feel like I have so much more to learn. I barely use brass. I don't know if anybody's noticed that. I really don't know how to use it properly. I try to put brass in my music, and it just feels forced. And I wish I could go back to school some more and take more lessons from the experts to learn how to integrate it into my music a lot better to really sound like they do in the cinemas and stuff. Um, but geez, and that's the thing. I know where I stand with it, and I would never. I look at those artists that do achieve it, and I say I would never use AI to do what you're doing to just feel like I'm in your shoes because the work, the sweat, blood, and effort that they put into getting there just feels like the AI feels like you just cut into it and took the shortcut. So Suno's interesting. Like as much as it learned from everybody else, I'm sitting there listening to hundreds of music, but AI can learn from that much faster than me. I can listen to music all day, and that's where I'm getting my inspiration from. And then AI can just zip through it in like seconds without fully appreciating what the other artist did, and that's what's foul about it. Like, look at that. Look at the way they arrange those notes, the articulations. Like right now, I have these articulations and they suck. Let me fix that. uh, and there's no trial and error in the pains of it. They send it back to you and said, "How is this?" And they randomly threw everything together. It sounds good usually because of the algorithm. And then you message them, "Oh, I didn't like this," and they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that." It's like, what would in fact, the AI gets angry at you, and you're like, "Dude, why is the AI getting at me for not liking the music?" And they give me something even worse, and it's just I tried Suno before; it doesn't even do it. Like I was just curious, can it do better than me? And it just you just get a little bit of something and then hope it works out, and then if it does work out you have to adjust from there, and you don't even get the stems like this. You're not even hitting like the patterns. Like if you listen to, I'm just gonna mute this really quick. So right now, whoops, let me raise that up. So this drum pattern, I'm actually changing the intensity as if I was drumming it out, and I'm imagining it, and I'm actually sitting there hitting on my desk, and I'm like, what's the intensity that I'm trying to go for? And I feel like AI just kind of goes, oh well, here's the usual patterns, let's go, and then they spit it out, and then everyone's like, oh, I'm happy with that, and and then they say no, I want the intensity to be in a more, the impact to be more on 1 and 4, and then it just never, and then it never, some reason the AI decides to change everything and not just the impact. It's like, okay, whatever. So it'll never give artists what they truly are aiming for. uh I can probably copy paste this section right. Let me do one more manually. That way the pattern is not too repetitive either. I mean, Granted that music is already easier. Like music and art and everything is somewhat with the tools. The fact that you can copy paste, you can insta delete and undo. That's already compared to sculpting and painting live and everything. There's no undo button. It's already easier. Like, jeez. And then look, copy paste, and now I have this pattern going. With this on top. So listen to them together. See, I like this sound at the end here from the mid bumbacks. If I mute that, it's if I take it out of in the here and then the full song. So I want to change this, and it's taking me effort to kind of figure this part out. And it's the journey is all about is what's the journey is the part of it that's beautiful in a sense. Imagine just getting straight to the destination. I totally get it. Sometimes you can't take the time to travel across a whole span of things, but imagine hiking and saying, I'm gonna climb Mount Everest, but I'll just take the helicopter to the top. And then look, now I see Mount Everest, and that defeats the whole purpose, I guess. Wait, hold on. That came out nice. So something feels empty here. So I don't want that to be too prominent. It's supposed to just be the world map is supposed to be having that little bit of a rumble going on, but nothing too prominent in the on the track. So the main body is gonna stay the same, but some fills. And I don't like this end actually. Here, let me change that up. Do this. There. That worked. The main pattern is going to be there, but I'm going to change these fills, these points. Here. What if these two, what if I do that with these parts right? I'm adding let me hear this. I like that better. That was way better. This missed here. Go. Much better. I don't know actually. No, I kind of feel that this should stay here. It's more of a pulse and more of a march in step, kind of like you're traveling through one destination to another. That is so. Maybe occasionally like this. Hold on. Maybe just the beginning. I think the first one's like this. Man, I'm just realizing it. Oh, that same pattern. That's like it. Over. Oh, that's too early. Hmm. And I need to change the impact. That. And I like that rising one. The second. Let's go down on this one. All right, let's hear it. Incoming ad break. How do you guys think? What's your thoughts on this? I'm just trying to hear it, and it's just, is it even coming in correctly on the stream? Yeah, it is. All right, so this fill needs to be grander because it's a mid fill, and then it can repeat itself again and then do a finale fill. Let me cut this so that at least I can see them individually. Just have them starting at 5 and we paste, work on the fills. The mid fills I'll keep the same, but the final fills I want to knock those out, make it look so much better. I should have put this note. Start. Better. I wouldn't tell Bob Ross what to paint. Fair enough. Absolutely fair enough. I never thought of it that way. That's a great way to put it. Hmm. End of the day, and I say, oh, is the ad? No, ad's not here yet. 2 minutes to the ad. So before the ad comes, end of the day, I just want to say, like, when it comes to the music, I can do all the theory correctly and I put everything there. But if it doesn't feel good, it doesn't matter. It has to feel good. So I did like the suggestions you had for Willard of Oz when you played his demo the other day. Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, like that's exactly. I do. There are some elements when I play a game, I just want it to be. I want to feel the addiction and kind of just attach myself to it. And Willard of Oz has good music. It just needs to. It was just needed a little push to become addicting, I would say. I really would have really jumped on that a little bit more. And you know what? I can always just collaborate with them. But overall, Willard has a really solid foundation of his music. So it's a great technical suggestions. Honestly, I have to go back and I can't remember exactly the moments I said anything even, but there were some moments I really did feel the music was all the music fits. It's not that it didn't fit. It just had that element that would add greater immersion as a player. As a musician, you have your music and it comes out great. But at the same time, as a game, and that's the problem with it. And 17 seconds. The real challenge is how do you build further immersion, and we don't really think of it that way. One of them you had was about dropping the 10K range for some certain audio. Oh yeah, that way it doesn't hurt. That's what I did on my bells actually. Where is it? Oh, is it on ad break? What happened to the ad break? Oh, there it is. Ah. Is it? Wait. This is weird. It says ad break in progress. I'm checking on my other screen to see where the ad is on the screen, and it's not playing. So that's kind of cool, I guess. I'm not gonna. I hope it still counts as an ad break for me. So another one you had was the Glockenspiel to pop and then pop the high range. Yeah. So like if you hear what I did here, and I'm not just saying to add a lot. It's just to give that tone. Uh, this is what I did up here, and I didn't want it to add too much. Oh, 10 ads per my mobile account. What? 10 ads? Hold on. So I typed out in chat, says ad break, but my browser, which I'm using to check my stream, isn't showing anything right now. Wow. I wrote down silly how they give us an interface on Twitch and a pop up that says you will have ads soon, but then we can't see the ads themselves to know what's really happening. That's silly. All right, it says ad break ended. Your community is back. I've had this situation where it says ad break has ended, and there's still some people stuck in ads, and I was like, "What happened?" Well, it's better than before. You used to know nothing. That's true. That is true. You would just be talking, and everyone was like, "I'm on an ad," and the chat is messaging, "I'm on an ad. I can't hear you." And you're just like, "Oh, what?" Then everybody pauses, like, "Oh, awkward." What was I saying before? That's true. It's absolutely true. They didn't say a thing before. That was horrible. But yeah, I have a glockenspiel or an electronic glockenspiel going on right now from Reason because I like the way that it rings out. And I just did a dip here in the 10K, a little bit of the high, because the electronic version first there's a hiss up here, so I dumb it down a little bit. So, but my mobile had a hiccup where the ad stream buffered for a few seconds. So, and then it still plays the 3 minutes of ads. You think? I'm not even sure. Like, or does it just kind of cut you in? I'm not. They don't really document what they try to what happens. I know I see 3 minutes of ads, but I don't know what happens when I'm streaming and somebody else is watching and what happens there. Like nobody's really communicating and they leave it to us to figure out what's going on, you know? Yeah, the ads must continue. But it's funny how they kind of said, "Oh, you can use the Twitch stream together. How do we make it work?" Oh, so if I do this, I can't use my own sounds. it's and then I remember when I first tried the stream together, they had us remove the what was it? The shield mode. And we just had random spam coming in endlessly. I was like, why? Why would we have to remove the shield mode? At least let one of us host the stream and the other one hops in on our stream. All the random spam and pop up links and everything was crazy. So that was kind of fun. Um, I'm glad that they're adding all these tools though. It's not like I'm against them. It's just it's chaotic. When you have to turn off a tool that was meant to keep bad actors. You could take a BRB break when ads roll, but it's tough to break your concentration when you're in the zone. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's even harder when you're playing a game and you're in the middle of a solid run and then the ads are coming on and you can't even stop it and you're just like especially when you're in the heat of the moment, it's like, no, there's an ad coming. You guys are gonna miss this. Ah, it's like, so I just, it's crazy. At the very most, like if you're playing a game that has rounds one round after another, I try to throw the like force an ad break in the middle so that it doesn't cut off in the middle of the game. But yeah, like I was saying, the Glockenspiel. I don't want to do that. This back to 0. I dropped a 10k here. There's nothing in the bottom, but I could drop it, but there's just nothing there. But I have a bit of a bell going on, and it's muted right now. Hold on. And without that 10k drop, it starts to hurt. So and it becomes distracting, and the upper region tends to, But other than that, I don't try to jump in on anything else. It's just technical like that. That was a good one. I completely forgot I mentioned that to drop that 10k. But bells and everything tend to. I think it was also what was happening when I was playing the game. I think I was getting some distortion coming in instead of anything, and I was like, I loved the fact that he had the volume set to 40 or 50%, like in the game itself. Like games that have the volume set to 100 and then lower it down way too much, and it's like, hey, I hear nothing. That sucks as well. So at least they did that. Willard did a great job with a lot of things. He just, needs a little bit of polish. I really enjoyed this game. The puzzles with the ice was well thought out. Like it looks like you're walking across the ice, but you couldn't stop yourself. It was just once you walked on the ice, you're going straight across. And you need to figure out how to get to the final spot. Let's remove this. I don't need the heart. But that first hit is really loud. I'm thinking if I should have a lead in. Lead into this. So this one adds like a lead count in a sense. Alright, I want to hear that from the start if it feels right. It's hard to tell when it's not from the beginning sometimes, because it sounds right at that moment. that works out, but this, I cut this out too much now. $36. Alright, those last few notes at the end, the whole section actually needs to be balanced out. But yeah, that was a lot better with the percussion. Not sure what I want to do with the percussion at that part. Is the staccato strings already add kind of like a percussive feeling. So if I don't follow this pattern here, then I lose the. It starts to become a little too crowded. And then it's just the map theme, so I didn't want to go. I don't want to go overboard with it. Like I've had some really intense tracks, and this is just not one of those. This is supposed to be a lot simpler. So let me just do this now. Solo it. What was that? Wait, gone. Hold on. There's like some extra random notes showing up on my screen, and it's not there anymore. Are they? That. Fire. This one does. I kind of like how it goes hush. Go keep it down. This one was low and higher. I like how it rises at the end of it. It's not supposed to go that low though. This part's supposed to go low. So this is supposed to be kind of like flat-ish. Let's do it with the legato. Ending needs polish. Okay, let's add the harps back in. At least harmony, and hear how that lays out together. These notes are harsh. What? Maybe I can drop this. It's coming from the other harp. It's the sample that's being used for this part of the harp. Drop these down. Put my lead instrument on top. pops. You can hear that this is all one sample. It's just this note. Got a dedicated EQ on that. This is a loot, right? I'm not even sure anymore. This was a toll. That's probably in the 1K region. Could be wrong. Could be this one. Missed it. Isn't it going there? That's the F. Why isn't it playing? I'm hitting on my keyboard and it's not. Oh my goodness. I now realize why my keyboard isn't even responding on my... I had the piano VST open outside of Cubase. Let me reset that really quick. You might hear a little pop. Shouldn't be there though. There we go. There it is. It is here in the 1K. It is this too. About roughly 700. I wonder if this hits it. No, it's just these two spots. I swear it's this 1K. It's just sympathetically there. A little bit more surgical. there's a little bit right there. But I don't want to lose too much of the main note. I'm on it here, slightly. There. It's at the 700. It's still there. It's the sound of the pick hitting the string, I would say. But it's harsh. Ah, shoot. Not mean to move it. Darn it. Wrong one. Wrong knob. And the last one is on 3. Let's hear it in the song just to see if I'm doing okay. This that should have fixed it. Ocean Way. Hold on. I gotta get your name right. Ocean Way. Vikstra. Ocean Way V Extra. I'm not sure where the cuts are in your name. Sorry about that. But this is relaxing. Thank you. I want the percussion in this section. I thought I didn't want it, but I do want percussion in that section. It's gonna be very much in this pattern. let's do. Bum bum bum. See there. I don't want to sound rhythmically crowded, so hear it. Oh, wait. That can be filled. I'll just adjust the intensity after. I'm just trying to get the pacing nice. Leave that. That can be there. For the other higher notes. It would be more like. One, two, three, four. Four is more like a snare on a rock track. That was inverted. So this one, these two sound the same, but this is less pronounced. And then this one going to the heavier up during the 4 on the end of this 8. On here. Gonna be more like this. Remove all of this. We paste it first. Here, let's adjust that afterwards. Hear it? And I know what to change. This needs to change. Much better. I think I was debating whether or not I need to put a ending to it, but that seems like it ends pretty well where it is for the soundtrack version as well. Um, Ren'Py does have a loop function, but it's like they're coding this game. Visual novels are popular in Ren'Py, and I'm not a fan of their audio coding system because it's just you say loop, you say playlist, you say play this and then play that and loop the second one. It gets really annoying and it's not seamless. So what I'm doing is I have to do a full version like this where it just fades out, and then it'll play again from the beginning. But typically, I would just make a version that loops over and over like that. That way, if somebody lingers in the game, it's not interrupted. It depends on the engine. Awesome. I'm gonna give this one solid playthrough from start to finish and to put it on there, and I don't know what to do for the next. I guess I could get started for the another track, but I have an hour left after that. So we'll play this track first. That way my editor has a full version of the song. Um version to the harp. Come back and everything should be. Where isn't this coloring red together? I color something else red. I did color something else red. Okay. Did not want to do that. That is red, right? I am. Unfortunately, I'm colorblind, so color deficient. I don't know what else you would call it. Glock is a little sprinkle. I have a piano and a harp version coming out as well. Maybe I can do variations of this song already, so everyone can hear what I can change and everything. And I'll do a piano variant of this song. With that like last hour. The problem with the piano variant is, as much as the notes seem like they're all the same, it changes because the intensity of the notes on the piano are way different. And then I have to put the pedaling as well, and then a different left-handed play. All right, playing this song from the beginning. All right. Now the boring part would be to where I double up the strings and I add the east-west versions of them so that I can control the layers and everything. I don't think I want to do that on the stream again. But at the same time, I guess I guess I could do that because I do have an extra hour. I know I was gonna do a variant, but Chris is gonna Cross is gonna really want that for the video edit as well. Let's see if I can pull that off. It's really fast though. So we're doing the play VST. I am doing 4 strings sections, and then the staccatos gonna be the VC. I'm gonna need 2 for that. 5 east west strings. Probably just move the strings to the bottom again as I usually do. Bottom here. Harp will go up here. The glockenspiel will go right below the harp. Whew. All right, now I have violin, staccato, and the staccato. Oh, wait, it's 6 tracks. I should duplicate. Violin 1, legato, violin 2, legato, violin, viola, legato, and cello. Together. Oops, I realized I could just first here. Just do the one take of it. And I can duplicate it. Legato, legato. Staccato and this. Why is that not colored though? Usually I label these properly. East, west, space, C-tab. Oops. Ah! E. ELN. Go. You are also green. String section. The staccato, let's start with the staccato ones because that is short and sweet on the violins. So these violin 2 is removed. Violin 1s, and then now I'm not sure actually. Could these be violas? I think these should be the violas. Viola da Pici. Just because I want the positioning. I do stereo pan them. And violins go heavy on the left. If I do violin 1 and 2s on the left for the staccato, it won't be so wide. I do like that wider sound. So let's do that. Um and it should be somewhat centered. So violin twos will be the staccato. So this section, violin twos, move all of you, you. Violin twos are not playing anything here. Missing here. I'm missing a note here. That is fortunate. I lost a note when I merged it. Probably that. Is that a C? All right. So I need to do that for here. You have no. Uh, this is violin twos. Violin twos will have going, and then your violin two will also be the V. Kind of torn on this section though, and there's no cello here. Do I want that or do I want it gone? Let's keep it. All right. I doubled up that. Twos anyway, so that bye violas here. Then cello will be this octave down. Right, let's go and get the painting. You, all for you. Oh, it's not even set yet. That is so silly of me. Okay, so first violins, short and tight. This is the staccato. Round robin 14. This one is the. Oh wait, no. Is there really a difference? I guess they did this so that it sounds different, but. Okay, we'll do that. And you are the violas. Alright, since it's the VC anyways, but I guess I can do that. If I use the VC, does it sound smaller? Want to do that? I can always just adjust the volume anyways. Let's do that. I'd rather have a full tone. So we have that for the violas, and gonna come out way louder. So let's drop these down. All right, let's give them all room tone because they sound really raw now. Wish there was a quicker way to just adjust all of these, but when I tried to do them, it didn't let me. And it also sounds very. I always mess things up, so I'm just gonna do it manually here. 2021 is okay. Anywhere in that region. Perfect. Reverb tail. All of you, because you're strings. What I'm doing is adding a tail to the strings, because some reason synth violins cut too heavily on the tail of the strings. So I'm adding a sense of tonal dropout. I would say. Let's hear it. Alright, so the problem with this is east-west strings, I think, need them to be all very much more subtle. So I'm gonna solo this one. Because if you hear this, the timbre of it, it sounds a lot more urgent sounding. It's like a sharper pull. Like especially when I go higher up. I want it to sound like they're kind of almost bouncing or lightly tugging on the strings. And lightly performing on it. So east-west needs a larger drop. And I do like that. So the accent on east-west strings are a lot heavier, in my opinion. Too harsh. Too harsh, too harsh. Did about 50. Higher up, 50s. Okay. The problem is when you click on each one, it changes a little bit on how high this bar gets. One was lower. This. Add you together. You're too high. Lower 60s, 50s, 40. That should not be there. Combined with the Spitfire.
lower on the violas. All right, perfect. Let's do the violins. Staccato, staccato. I did not set them. Violin 1. Long. Legato with vibrato. 2 is 2 long. Legato with vibrato again. Violas. Long. Should I just throw in the basses as a double up? I could try that. Let's hear it. Instruments. Let's duplicate you. Open basses long. Oh. Right now they're all playing equally the same, and it's gonna sound flat as all heck. Each section is kind of playing the same thing. That's not what I want, but for now, we should just listen. I'm gonna listen to it to see what I do like, actually. Let's hear it with everything really quick. Hey, Fortuna, thanks for dropping in. This isn't even playing anything, it's too high, I think. basses then. The cello is coming in too heavy. I don't like it. But I gotta reduce it some. It's gonna come out lower once I start painting it down though. So So, I really like where the strings are going, the violins. It's already really quiet too. Pulling a bit. Emilio. Is this the same Emilio? Da 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 da. There's Emilio. Are you the is this the same Emilio from my Discord or is this a different Emilio? I'm not even sure. How you doing there? Same one, just YouTube today. Okay. Man, I rarely see you catching my streams anymore. I've been missing you, man. How you been? So Amelia's over in YouTube right now, but I mean, I go kind of way back to when I was in school. You know, it's weird to say way back when I just graduated in 2021. Yet 2025, that's just 4 years. Going to 2026. We went to the same school, but we did different I majored in music. He did programming. So it's just that's wild to say way back already. Yet it's been quite a bit of time. I've been doing roughly 2 songs every week. This one I spent an extra day on, so this is an extra. I only did half a song this time. Goes higher. I'm getting way better at this. I want this going up. There you go. Down. It should go downwards. This is a rise and a swell and a taper off, and then early swell. A actually, neutral. You taper off a little bit and rise again. Because this fall is over here. taper off one. There you go. Right, now this, for the violins, I want them to go up that way. Higher, back, but oh, this is actually supposed to be down that way. More dramatic here. I can see this part transitioning to a mystery with plucked strings, going into one octave higher, strong strings, and it's a map. It's a map track. That's the thing on the corner up there. It's the world map where you kind of just click on the next destination you want to go to. So, but sort of it's there. One octave higher. I could picture that too if I did it that way, but I think I opted for something less playful because I needed. So this song is, the map itself is going to have a lot of transitions for various scenes, so it can't be too broad because it has a lot of moments where, say for example, there's a war going on, so now I have to change this song and make a very harsh version of it, or there's one where you're getting chased by guards and you're just, you need different ones. So it's like it's a journey, but it's different transitions of the same journey. So I'm going to be doing variants of the same song with different variants of that journey. So the song is actually Destiny's Destination. Is that what I'm calling it? Because you're kind of choosing where your destination is going to be, what your destiny is also actually going to be. This is kind of where at some points it doesn't matter which one you choose because, like, you hear one part of the story then another, but sometimes it can change entirely. I'm not sure what the dev is doing with that part of the map, but it can change the outcome essentially if you decide to do something first or the other one. So there's that. I think I wanted this one prolonged longer. Remember now. I did something like this. Started to come down harder. So I'll play this whole section and it loops over and over. I was just fixing the strings here. I can pull up the volume of the violin a little bit too, because I went lower with it. this one I have to duplicate and cut out the first section. One, two, three. Move you over. And let's give this a clean. Here. Oh. And it just kind of loops from there. I mean, it's a map. Can't really. You're not supposed to linger in the map, but people will, and that's why they're gonna just hear this and kind of on a loop. It's a shorter loop. So this is out coming in on the left side, dominantly on the left, but it is panned somewhat centered. I should move it more left. I feel like. I'm just doing the violins, then the violas, then the cello, and then I should be done with this track. It's 108. Let's keep moving. Go, go, go! Making good time. This song is pretty much done. I'm just accenting and giving a better feeling to the strings, because originally the strings sounded like this. For Emilio, who just hopped in here, I've been doing this a lot more with the last maybe 5 tracks I've done have a lot of strings like this. So, but here's how the strings sound without this violin that's accenting the violin ones. I gotta add the violins back in. This has a more raw, precise kind of emotional tone. It sounds so raw that it's kind of not pleasant to listen to by itself. But then if you remove this, this is kind of like pads. It just flat out there, emotionless. It's emotional still, but it's like the background overall sound without the detail. So it's like if I'm painting a mountain range, it's the blurry mountain range in the far distance versus the more defined mountain range closer up. So yeah, I use a lot of visual references for that. But so that's what these strings are for. You can hear that coming in when the moment I click the solo. Big difference, right, Martina? You can hear that. The last few days, you probably heard me doing this. I'd say this is the most boring part to watch, but to see the final results or hear the final results is it's phenomenal. I feel like I'm gonna copy this, but I guess the viola should still have its own tone. Do it. This is violin twos. So if you see, they're going to be slightly different. So this one, the Violin 1s, Violin 2s, I did something slightly different, which I don't want to be that different. It just means that they're coming down a little too late. And the conductor's going to be pissed. So let's bring them back down a little closer. Not as extreme. I don't like it. Oh, a little lower. This is the beginning of the track, so I don't want it to be that strong. Let's wait. If I put the violin 1 and 2s together, you'll hear this. Oh, let me remove the Spitfire version. It's just the 2 now. The 1. I didn't touch this section yet, so. But now they all have the distinct tone or voice, as if they were part of the choir, and every section of the choir has its own group of people. They're not all the same person at the same robotic levels. And that just sounds so much better. Takes so much more work. I'm just imagining what I want and how I want that middle tone to sound like. It should still follow because conductor has 2 hands, so it goes up together, down together. Where am I? Oh, I did rise and fall. I'm wrong. Rise here. Fall. compared to the other one. I did 2 swells. See, that's what I thought I did. I thought I was on the other one, but I did it on this one here. Go like this. Oh. Pretty sure I did that here. Oh, I didn't. That's wild. I can hear it though. I hear. Wait, that's the wrong one. It's this one. Oh, I did. I did somewhat similar, but I dropped a lot. Mm, 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 mm. Uh, this swell here. I did up. 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 There. Position there. Arc here. Coming down on the 4th. Here, right? I think that's what I did. Valens and the... No, I came down on the 3rd, up again on the 4th. One, two, down on the 3rd. Third. Up a bit on the 4th. Down, down. And this is the transition rate. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is the part that gets really different for the Violin 2s. Violin 2s play a very, very vital tone. And it's going to be so different from the Violin 1s. Right. Try that out. Oh, I want that different for that part. Hold on. I did wrong there. That should do it. There we go. Awesome. Then I duplicate you, move 4 measures, move you over, you together, and kind of nicer. Smoother. I mean, digitally that's possible, but like if you are moving like the pad or anything, you're just not. That wouldn't happen. So, violas, let's go, quick, quick, quick. Lower, dramatic. Neutral, because you are the violas, sadly enough. A little bit from behind. Or dramatic. Hello again. Thanks for checking in, chat. That's an interesting fact about Twitch. Having people commenting and chattering in the chat actually adds to the metrics. I'm not really sure why they do that, and I feel like that's a terrible thing to do because I mean sometimes people like to just enjoy a show. So, like imagine watching a movie but having to drop a comment every time you see something like, "Oh my god, that was amazing." So, I mean, like, I, of course, it's supposed to be live stream and interactive and everything, but I mean, like, to force the metric is kind of silly. So, but I appreciate that a lot. Thanks for letting me know you're here. I mean, man, I was telling somebody the other day, I still have very serious imposter. This isn't. This is for interaction metrics. I was telling somebody the other day I have imposter syndrome with music because I've only actually been composing music for maybe 4 or 5 years, and the first 2 years were super slow. I had nothing going on, maybe just one album. The rest of them were student projects, and I was just, and I just worked at it. But I still have serious imposter syndrome when it comes to music. Am I there's a lot of stuff I don't know how to do. It's when I hear other people's music, I was like, I just kind of winged it, and I kind of, and I guess feeling is a big part of music, but like how they masterfully can create things and perform things faster and with a keyboard and like some people I have this awesome keyboard and everything, and I still don't like to use like all of this could be done with a modulation wheel, but I like drawing it out. It just gives me so much more control in my like how I visualize it in my head. Whereas when I use the dial, for some reason I feel like it's so clumsy and it something about it. I'm not sure, and I should be using it more and practicing it with it more, but something about using the mod wheel feels I don't even have the word for it. It just doesn't feel right. Like I'm visualizing like the rise and the falls, and I'm exactly feeling it. The mod wheel, on the other hand, feels like yes, I'm pushing it and dropping it as I'm going with it, but at the same time, it I feel some limitations with it. I'm not really sure what it is. It's just there, kind of weird. But for everyone asking what I'm talking about or wondering what I'm talking about, this here where it goes up and down and everything, there's a little wheel that I can like push up and push down. Let me, and it basically looks like, hold on. What instrument has a good version of it? The Spitfire ones. This here would also do the same thing. And I have that. This is a pitch bend here. I don't know why it's +2. Oh, that makes sense. But this is the pitch bend, so you're making wow wow wow. You can bend the pitch and everything, but the mod wheel is this, the modulation. You can set it up here and choose what you want, the pitch bend and everything. And I just some reason don't like using the mod wheel, and especially if you screw up and everything starts going everywhere, you can't find your place with it, and it just then it starts getting annoying and angering me. So whatever makes better music, I guess, at this point. This is the intro with the rest of the instruments. I'm gonna do. Uh, what happened here? What note is that? All right, so I have an extra one I didn't delete on the bottom. Is the violas. So go. Down, up, down, down. Rise, rise, down, down, down. And then it goes up. See? Drama to that. Here and then up, 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 up. And repeat. Here. Want this well. I want a curve to that swell. Better curve to that swell. That is not where it's wanting to be. Slightly lower. There's a swell here. Maybe not as well. Let's do the downward, outward. Let me hear it. I want to swell here. And an exit here. This is all on the right side, by the way. Now I want a more dramatic exit there. Wait. Where's this going? Nope, back more. This one is a little bit more dramatic. That should do it. 4 out. It's over. Put them together. How much time do we got? I'm over by 15 minutes already. Darn it. I want to hear it, but I don't have the cello. I should just do the cello really quick. Let's just do it. Go, go, go. You guys solo this first, so I can get the sound of it. And that's pretty darn low, but when you hear it all together, it feels like it's overpowering. It's in there. Cello has a high level aura effect. All right, let's finish the cello. Cello has such a bold surround effect. It's not a primary instrument in the sense that like it's in your face and everything is there, but it adds that whole what's the word? It just feels the fullness of it comes from the cello, where everything else, the tones and the main parts of the song is from the little middle. All the main instruments and the higher notes and everything. So this cello needs to. I really need to do it. I'm gonna keep that as is. Hear this. Nope. I'm gonna do more subtle for the cello. Go right across it. Let's pick up the volume of it a little bit too. I just discovered Flex in GarageBand, been playing with somebody in someone's voice only sample. But the timing's way offbeat. I'm gonna waste a whole day on this. Educational value at least. Absolutely. No, that's one of the trickiest things. I have so many tools and I don't use it. Just because I'm discovering so many tools. Like right here on the left panel, there's just so many. Like I could scale the legato, how much I want it to smoothen out and everything, and how I want the chords, and I can automatically set the chords, and it can automatically pick chords for me. Because over here, like it says 4-note chords, and I can select it, and it'll change the chords for me, and then it'll adjust it to like the intensity. And I was like, I don't want to mess with what I'm doing, but there's so many tools to make things faster. But there's also a lot of tools to kind of just play with it. Oh my gosh. But yeah, Flex and GarageBand is kind of, it's just discovering it now. You're you're gonna be playing a lot with it. Oh, this one goes. Just gonna try to do cellos faster. It adds to the aura, but it doesn't necessarily pop same way. When you hear it rise, it just. It's a little too much rising. It's because it creates like an earthquake. It's like kind of rumbling at you. So rises and stuff. And for this song, I don't want it to pop too much. If you see how dramatic this is compared to, say, the violins, which I make it go up. Downs are fine, but up. On more dramatic tracks, that it sounds gorgeous to do something like this, for example. So much drama, but you hear that. And yet everybody primarily hears the violins. The cellos are heroes at the whole thing, but it makes this whole that swell and everything. So I don't want to do overdo it because it is just a destination map. But if I was making something more dramatic and more cynical or more anything like that, I would definitely use the cellos a lot more and give it that bone chilling feel, and it just goes into your spine. uh, there. Give me just a moment, doorbell. All right, nope, false alarm. False alarm. Accidentally come while they were coming in. Ah, man, I realized I hit spacebar and I muted my mic again. So I didn't want the cello to be overwhelming, but I also there's a section over here. I was saying I like how if I make the cello stick out and stay, where everything else fades out a little bit. So this section right here was really cool. So the cello fade out before all the other instruments right at the ending there too. So they pull and make that even more dramatic. All the other ones they go into measure beat 3, whereas the cello start going out on 2. Just to kind of give out that the layered exit. That should do it. That should do it. Let's go. 1, 2. Over. merge, smoothing out that transition. All right, let's hear the whole track, and then I can always make adjustments, but at least now we have that recorded, and then the final product, we can always just lay it over at the end. So this is for editing purposes. Let's go move that down, move this down, save, highlight all of it so I can have this popped out, and we can follow along with it. Oh, wait. Let's move this down first. Move all the solos. And the mutes need to stay there. Okay. Second window. Maximize it. Much cello. Again, like I said, it can overwhelm. that definitely started to overwhelm there. Let's try that again. I know it. The staccato strings didn't copy over. I was like, something's missing. These staccatos are too low, though. It gets kind of lost in there. All right. So what that was at the ending, I have two mastering tools. I use Ozone, um, Isotopes Ozone 9, which makes everything bigger, wider, sound amazing. But at the same time, I just cut out a little bit and pull up some of the general sound with the EQ, master it out, balance out all the instrumentation a little bit. Do I want the mids higher, lower, and kind of just even them out where for dynamics and everything. Expand the stereo width, and then I run it through again to expand the stereo width some more through the Lander's mastering tool. But I don't do it too much. I use it to widen up. I use it to remove some of the harsher tones. Let me pull that up, because I usually don't talk about this, my mastering process. And then I see the LUFS go up, and I'm aiming for roughly -14, which is, you know, where Spotify's sweet spot at -12 to -14, -11 they accept it, but that's the sweet spot before Spotify's and YouTube's algorithm starts to hammer and squish your music and sound a little bit. So you kind of have to blend that in a little bit to make sure that it hits the requirements. Spotify has a button that has automatically rebalance audio levels so that there's no extremes. So if you're listening to music, you notice that all the music kind of, nothing sounds too loud, nothing sounds too soft, because, you know, some people they don't finalize their song for all the volume levels or the perceived volume levels to be the same, and they expect you to do that, but they don't require you to do that. So if you don't do it, then whatever you made kind of gets smashed by their system. So what ends up happening is they have tools out there like Lander's Mastering Pro. Lander basically is the distribution company, so their focus is getting the LUFS where it needs to be, removing some of the high hisses and harsh tones, and then I wanted the main, like the vocal range of instruments to be a little bit higher here, even though, and if you look at what I did on Ozone, I did quite the opposite. I dropped the highs and I dropped the lows, but I raised the highs and I didn't raise the lows. So what happens is it kind of cancels out and makes the vocal, because this one, the mid range eats this whole section right here. When I raise that up, and that's the main melody, it kind of changes everything. So I tend to raise it up, give it a little bolder tone, and then make it a little bit more subtle where on Lander, which prepares it for streaming services. So most people don't even go through two mastering processes and everything. They have their own mastering system and they go through Ozone, and then it sounds so, some people are amazing. They have the ears for it. But after listening to a song long enough, I can't do that. Does that mean Spotify isn't really for audiophiles? I hate Spotify with a passion when it comes to audiophiles. I'm an absolute audiophile. I love the panning and everything. If you want the purest version of what the artist wanted, go to Bandcamp and buy their music from there. Spotify, and if you don't have good speakers or good headphones right now, you wouldn't be able to hear the difference. And like most people, they don't have high-end audio gear. They have commercial level, quick, let's get everybody to hear it, and lots of bass involved. And usually Spotify is perfectly fine for that. You wouldn't hear the difference. But if you if you raised it up a little bit and went for like $150 to $200 headphones versus the $100 Skull Candies, which is in Beats, which are useless. Okay, don't get me wrong. The $100 Beats, the $50 to $100 Beats, they're not that great. Anything above that $100 range, they do start to tweak it a little bit and give you the more give you a lot of intricate details that come out a lot better. But then again, remember, you're still having compressed audio with MP3s and everything. But if you If you're on my Discord, I'll send you two versions, and then you can compare my music to Spotify, and you can tell for yourself. But like for example, the bass and the like, I have this one rock song I compared it to. It's a Japanese track from Overworld, which is the guys who do like the beginning intro for Bleach. If you ever watched that, and they have this drum roll in the beginning. They go da 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 da, and then if you listen to the original MP3s and WAV files, even they have a bam 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 bam, and whereas on Spotify it just sounds like it's there, but it's just a da 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 da. It doesn't have the dynamics. It doesn't have the punch. It doesn't have. It's cutting out all the lower end of the bass drum. You can still hear bass, but you're eating the emotional tone of it. I actually think YouTube sounds better than Spotify when it comes to releases. But even then, Spotify says it has a better sound. It doesn't. It doesn't. I hate Spotify. All the emotion of orchestral music, especially, drops out of Spotify. Tidal, Tidal boasts that it has the best sound. I don't mean to imply that I'm an audiophile, but yeah, I appreciate the possibility of hearing more spectrum. And even this on Twitch, it's very compressed because they're trying to compress it out so that you can have the video and audio coming out on the stream. But yeah, if you hop on my Discord, drop me a message and everything, and remind me to drop you a DM with like different audio files. You hear the intricate details are that much more. You'll start to appreciate it because there's emotion. There's like an emotional spectrum that you don't hear. There's a listening spectrum on Spotify that you'll just nod the song because especially pop music. Sometimes you just want something to work to and listen to, especially if it's on very low volumes. You won't even notice it, or if it's on elevator speakers. You won't notice it in those. But if you want to hear, like if you hear the harp coming out of my speaker and a harp in real life, there's a resonant tone that you just feel the vibration coming off of it, and it's like, oh wow, that's amazing. You don't get that from Spotify at all. It takes that away. All right, so I have run all the way to 2:30, which is the time I'm supposed to pick up the kids. Totally missed my lunch. I need to get off. Axio, thank you for dropping in and keeping the chat active, and everybody else who dropped in. Emilio, Fortuna, and I can name you all. Archon, scrolling back up. Try Mavis. Did I miss anyone? I hope I didn't miss anyone. But thank you all. Thank you all again for dropping by the stream. It keeps me going. It's just, again, my, like, you can only imagine how it feels if nobody was actually here, and I was just kind of composing to myself by myself every day. And like, somebody just sent me a bunch of different, oh, William, thanks for dropping in too. Absolutely appreciate it. See, like, that helps so much, just knowing that you're here and everything. Like, it just, I don't know how to explain it. It's like as if you're talking to yourself and you start to feel like you're going crazy. Is it good? Is it not good? I can't tell. But if you're sitting there listening, then I at least feel the confidence that somebody enjoys my music, and that feels really great, and it keeps me going. So I really appreciate it. Thank you all for coming here on my stream. And I will see you all on, today's Monday, so Wednesday.